All right, good morning, everyone. I'm taping. This is Jeff Scott. Welcome to day 7 of the online Rankin Technical College AWD1100 C# programming class for the summer 2023 semester. All right, today I've changed it up a little bit, so let's go through this. The first thing we're going to do is between now and about 8:15, I'm going to go over the instructions for the pretest that you are supposed to be taking today. You do not have to turn this in. All right, so you will take the pretest from approximately, let's say 8:15 till 10 a.m. And then starting at 10 a.m., I will go through and do the 3 problems on the pretest from scratch. Now, I've got in here until noon. I don't know if it'll take more time, less time than that. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to do it nice and slowly. But I've decided that rather than going through some selected homework problems today, we'll do that tomorrow. And your test, your actual test for chapters 4, 5, and 6 won't be till Tuesday of next week. All right, the 30th, I believe that is. So I'm going to right now go over the pretest, which was mailed to you this morning. After that, you're going to get an hour and 45 minutes to work on the pretest. During that time, all I'm going to do is have the pretest showing on the screen. I'm going to be doing other work. All right. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll go over it. And like I said, we may finish it in a little over an hour. It may take 2 hours. I don't know. The remainder of the period then will be lab. All right. If you still need to complete chapters 1 to 3, the homework problems and the 3 written tests, they're due by midnight tonight. All right. Tomorrow, then we will go over, I think there's somewhere around 9 problems between homework and lab that are assigned in chapters 4, 5, and 6. And we'll do, I don't know how many, 4 maybe. All right. We'll do those together. You are still responsible for doing those projects, even though we will do them as a class. Then the remainder of the period tomorrow, whatever time we have left, will again be lab. And again, on Monday, I'm sorry, no class on Monday. And on Tuesday, the 30th, we will take the chapters 4, 5, 6 hands-on test. Okay, so here is the pretest. Notice I put this in here. So again, after I get done explaining the steps of this pretest, after I get done explaining them, this is what's going to remain up on the screen then until 10 o'clock. Now, before I go over these, let's look at all 3 of them. I've got them written, and let me run each and every one of them so you can see what they're supposed to look like. All right. I don't know where I put them, but we'll find them. Oh, that is not it. I think I put them in here. Yeah. So there's 3 problems. The first one, and those of you who have already taken the JavaScript or the AWD1000 class, you've already done these programs in JavaScript. I get that. All right. But let me go back. Let me close a couple things that are open here. All right. And let me open up first the BMI problem. We'll make that the active problem by setting it as our startup project. Good morning. What I'm doing right now is I'm going to spend between now and about 8:15 going over this pretest that I emailed to everybody this morning. All right. And if for some reason you don't get emails from me, please email me back and I'll make sure. That would mean probably that I've got a mistake on my email list. All right. But this is the first one that you are to do. So if I run this, what you do is you enter a person's height and weight. These are the only two input fields right here. Based on your height and weight, you figure out the person's body mass index, or BMI. All right. And then depending on their body mass index, this will either say underweight, optimal weight, overweight, or obese. To show you an example, if I put 72 in here, so if a person is 6 feet tall and weighs 111 pounds, they're underweight. All right, so you can see the underweight counter has now been upgraded. If the person is about 177 pounds and 6 feet, they're optimal weight. So you can see I've added 1 to optimal. If they're about 200 pounds, they're overweight. So you can see I've now added 1 to the overweight. And if they'd be 333 pounds, they're now obese. All right. The clear will clear just these 4 and leave these alone. All right. And if I don't put anything into height, I get an error message that says non-numeric value. And I get that whether if it's that or if I put in something non-numeric. If I put in something out of range, I get a different error that says out of range. Okay. And I get those same exact errors that I got for the height, I get them for the weight. All right. All right. So I think at least that hopefully is enough to go over that one. And I will go over the text on the test in just a moment. So that's the first problem that you are to do. All right. Then the second problem that you are to do is another GUI problem, and it's a simple guessing game. All right. So let's run this one and take a look at it so you can see what it's supposed to be doing. So again, I'm going to set that as my startup project and run it. And I just got a message that says I have now generated a random number. I'm going to guess 50, make a guess. 50 was too low. Oh, I guess I didn't reset here. I should set that. But 75, that was too high. So I know after 2 guesses, the number's between 51 and 74. So I'll say about 63. That was too low. I'll say 70. That was the number. I got it in less than 5 guesses, so I'm an expert. All right. If I run it again by clicking new game, it generated another number. So if I say 50 again, and that was too low, and I say 75, that was too high. I don't think it's going to give me 60 again. That was too high. So if I say, I'm just going to say 60 a bunch of times, or 80, that's on purpose. So all right, I purposely did that. So I'm going to say this now. Now you can see by the number of guesses, it says I'm a novice because it took me more than 10 or 12 or whatever it is guesses. So you can be an expert, you can be a novice, etc. And all this stuff works as well. I'm going to go over the instructions for it in just a moment. Finally, the last one, you are to redo this same problem I just showed you, but do it as a console problem. All right. So let me run this. Oops, try that again. Set it as my startup project. There it goes. Okay, so again, very similar to what I showed you before. Random number generated. Make a guess, 50. That was too high. Make another guess, 25. That was too high. 12. That was too low. 20. That was too high. So I know it's got to be 18 or 19. There you go. I'm average because it took me between 6 and 10 times to do this. Do I want to play another game? Yes. And it'll go through the whole process again. So let's take a moment and go through the actual instructions that were on the test. So again, this is the screen that you are going to see between in about 5 minutes between 8:15 a.m. and 10 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., I'm going to build these 3 projects for you from scratch. Now, you may or may not remember, but previously we had there somewhere out here, we had a folder that was called Pretest, where I did the pretests, not these, but the previous ones I did for you. And I will put these new pretests into that same folder is what I'm telling you. All right. So this program figures out your BMI or body mass index. What that is it says, for example, I'm well overweight. All right. So my BMI actually is in the obese range. Okay. If I do it, it's like 30 something, low 30s, goodness, but it's in the 30s. If your BMI happens to be less than 18.5, you're considered underweight. If it's greater than or equal to 18.5, but less than 25, you're of optimal weight. If it's greater than or equal to 25, but less than 30, you're overweight. And if your BMI or body mass index is greater than 30, you're obese. So I want you to create this. This is what I just showed you. You'll notice it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 text boxes in it, 8 labels in it. On these text boxes, these 2 here and here are active. These 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are read only. And there's our typical 3 buttons, our calculate, our clear, and our exit buttons. All right. So at a minimum, you should include these constants. I had more than these. I will show you the other ones I had, but I'd like you to try this. All right. You can make all of your counters in here global, meaning that you don't have to pass them around, but that you declare them outside of any method or function. Everything else must be local. In other words, it must be passed in to these functions. If you're not sure even what I mean by that, just do the best you can and then watch come 10 o'clock. All right. Create the application shown, rename the form, set the accept button, set the cancel button, set the start position to center screen, and set the tab order. So that's the first problem right here. The second problem, the interface is much simpler. You'll notice that there are 1, 2, 3 text boxes, 2 of which, guest status and ranking, are both read only. So this is the only one for which you have to add that this is the only one that you're able to enter something into. There are 3 labels. Now there are 4 buttons. We don't have technically a calculate. We've got our typical clear and exit. Guess allows you to make a guess, and new game will start up a brand new game. So here's all right here. That's all of our requirements. This is called GG01, GG for guessing game. The program should create a random number between 1 and 100. I've got a const called min_num that I set equal to 1. I've got a const called max_num that I set equal to 100. All right. You can create whatever variables you need. You can make them global or everything. You can make them local, whatever is easiest for you. All right. If you guess the magic or the secret number or whatever you want to call it in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 guesses, you're considered an expert. If it takes you 6 to 10 guesses, you're considered average. And if it takes you more than 10 guesses, you're considered a novice. All right. So this is the application that you create for number 2. Then what I would recommend you do is after you get that to work, copy all of that code and put it into number 3, but put it in as a comment because number 3 is the same program as number 2, except now you're going to make GG console 01. So you are going to create the guessing game again, but you're going to create it as a console application. All right. So it is now 8:16. You have approximately an hour and 45 minutes. I will come back at 10 a.m. And at that time, I will do all 3 of these problems from scratch. If you have questions during that time, please feel free to email me at jpscott@rankin.edu. All right. I'm just going to leave this screen up there. This screen is going to remain here. And if I do it right, stop sharing, I start sharing, and I do a window, and I do this. So this should be what you see on your screen, the actual pretest itself with a message on the top. Take pretest until 10 a.m. We will go over it at that time. So again, I'm going to be online. I am able to answer emails. All right. But I'm going to be working. Actually, I'm working ahead on the stuff we're going to be covering next week. All right. So I will be back to talk to you then in about an hour and 45 minutes at 10 o'clock. I'll see you then. Come on. All right, it is 10 o'clock, so I am going to start up right now. If you remember from previously, I had created a folder that was called, if I can find it, AWD Pretest or something like that. Let's see. So let's see. I'll come back out here, and it was called AWD1100 Pretest. I'm going to just grab that folder. I'm going to download it. There it is. And I don't think I have it on my desktop, but we'll find out right now. I get the word master out of there. All right, and now I'm going to take it and try to extract it onto my desktop. If I get an error, that means it already exists, so that's okay. Okay, so I now have a folder on my desktop, and that folder, as soon as I find it, there it is. It's called AWD Pretest. AWD1100 pretest, and it's got the 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 4 that we did from our last pretest. So I'm going to open it up, and in just a matter of minutes, I'm going to create 3 new pretests in here. All right, so we're going to do that in just a moment. All right, so to start with, the first one I want to do is this BMI one. And I think I said to call it like BMI GUI, but I'm just going to call it Pretest 2.1, and I'll put a BMI on the end of that. So add a new project. It will be Windows Form, .NET Framework. And again, I'm going to call this Pretest 2-1 BMI. I can put a GUI there. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can put GUI, fine. And create. Now I'm going to widen this out a little bit here. What I want to make here right now is the equivalent of what you saw on the test right here. So I want to put in 8 labels and 8 text boxes and 3 buttons. So let's do that. As I always like to do, I'm going to change the color first. Let's make it purple. I don't think I've used that in a while. All right. So we've got that. In the order in which you put these controls in here, of course, doesn't matter. But I'm going to start by putting in first my buttons. Looks like they're spaced out pretty well right there. Yeah, maybe not perfectly, but pretty well. So there's my 3 buttons. And I also want 4 labels and 4 text boxes here, 4 labels and 4 text boxes there. I may have to drag this down a little bit. We'll see in just a minute. Let's start by creating the first label here. And as I like to do, I'm going to make it a darker color. When I do that, it's going to be very hard to read the text. So I'm going to change the foreground color of that from black to white. There we go. And then I'm going to change the auto size to false. Try that again. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. So there's our first label. It's about right. And there's our second, third, and fourth labels. All right. And I might as well copy and paste and put those over here as well. All right, that's pretty good. Now let's add my text boxes. And I might as well add my text boxes that are going to go over here as well. Okay, by no means is this perfect, but it looks okay. Guess I could move these over a little bit. And move these over just a little bit. Here, I'm trying to get it so it's somewhat symmetrical. It looks pretty good there. So I'm going to highlight everything. I'm going to go over to my font, and as I always do, I'm going to change the font size to 24, the font style to bold and the font to Arial. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Again, is it perfect? No, but it looks pretty good. Let's lock this into place. I may want to make these a little wider, but I don't really care. This doesn't have to look perfect. Okay, let's just lock this in place right now. All right, it's going to be height, weight, BMI, and BMI status. So let's label those accordingly. So the first label will be LBL height, and it'll have the word height on it. The second will be weight, and it'll be LBL weight with the word weight on it. The third one will be LBL BMI with the word BMI on it. Again, BMI is an acronym that stands for Body Mass Index. And the last one will be BMI status. All right, and it'll be LBL BMI status. Now, you don't have to do this, but it's because I like doing it this way. I'm going to highlight these four, and I'm going to highlight these four, and I'm going to come down to text. Not to text. For some reason, it doesn't like what I'm trying to do. So let me just do four of them here. So I'm going to highlight these four. I'm going to go to text align and set it to middle right, and then do the same thing right here to middle right. All right. Now, what you may or may not notice if you take a look at it right now, it's not showing me any of my labels, and we're going to fix that in just a moment. All right, so let's come over to here and let's look at, there's the back color. It says the fore color is white, so why isn't it showing? Oh, I accidentally just removed all the text from every label. All right, we'll put them all back in there. That's right, it's fine. So this will be height. The next one will be weight. The next one will be BMI. And the last one will be BMI status. All right, now that those are done, let's do the same thing with the text boxes. So this one will be TXT height, TXT weight, TXT BMI, and TXT BMI status. All right, these are going to be our accumulators. So this one, I'm just going to do these first. It doesn't matter. So this is going to be called TXT total unders, which will mean this will be LBL total unders. And those are our total number of underweight people. This will be TXT total optimal, which will mean this will be LBL total optimal. This will be TXT total overs, which means this will be LBL total overs. And finally, this will be TXT total obese, and the label will be LBL total obese. All right, let's see what this said on our test page. So it said total unders, total optimal, total overs, total obese. Okay, that's good. So this first one for the text, it will have total unders. All right, this will be total optimal. This will be total overs. And this last one will be total obese. All right, all that's done. Let's do our buttons. So the first button will be BTN calculate. And as always, or as most of the time, we will put there the word calculate. The next one will be our clear. And of course, then it'll be BTN clear. And the last one will be our BTN exit. And of course, we'll have on there the word exits. All right, then let's do the things that we typically do in here. So I'm going to click on the form itself. I am going to go to accept button and I'm going to set it to BTN calculate. I am going to go to the cancel button and set that to BTN clear. And I'm going to go down to the start position and set it to center screen. Okay, all that's now done. And these two fields right here are going to be read only. So I'm setting the read only to true. These four fields are also read only. So again, I'm going to set the read only to true. All right. All right, what else do we have here? How about setting up our tab order? So this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's set that next. View tab order. Again, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Again, do another view tab order to make that go away. All right, just about there. And what else do we have to do? Let's rename our form. So right mouse click on there and click rename, and I'm just going to call it FRM BMI GUI. And yes, I want to change it everywhere. And what were we supposed to put here for the verbiage? AWD1100, let me copy this down. AWD1100 hyphen C# pretest number 2 hyphen BMI app. Okay. So for the form text, there it is. Okay. I'm going to switch over to my code view and not going to put anything in yet, but I'm going to run this to see if it's centered and everything else. Oh, got to change my start project to pretest 2 BMI. There it is. Looks okay. Okay. All right. And then let's do what we always do. And that is, let's come in here and we're going to calculate. We're going to clear. And we're going to do exit. All right. Let's do clear first. We want to clear all 8. No, these we don't want to clear. These are counters or accumulators. So we want to clear these 4 and then put the focus there. All right. We will write a separate routine as we now learned how to do. And again, I'll call it clear all. And we'll do a txt height dot text equal double quote txt weight dot text equal double quote txt BMI dot text equal double text equal double quote txt BMI status dot text equal double quote and txt height dot focus. All right. All right. We'll check that out in just a minute, but first let's do our exit. So I'm going to call exit program or not. Again, I get the error because it hasn't been written yet. Okay. And let's just grab one of these from what we did earlier. So I don't know which of these are GUI. Let's say pick one that's not. There we go. We don't have, this one doesn't have an exit. Does this one have an exit? No. Right. So we don't have anything with the exit on here. So let me grab it from someplace else. Not there. There we go. That'll work. Invoice total. You know, all I'm trying to do is grab that code that we put in all the time to exit the program. Okay, close that, and that, and that. All right. Okay. One last thing before I go and test this, which I'm going to do right now. That is, I did grab and copy over the everything that was in here beginning. Okay, this is all the stuff that was on the first page of the pretest. So I've got all that in there in case I need that. All right, so I've got to still do calculate, but before I do that, let's check and see if the other stuff works. All right. Now these are the only two. These are all read-only, remember, but I can click in here, click clear, cleared everything. I'm going to center those in a minute, but that's okay. Exit no, exit yes. Okay, everything's working so far. I'm going to highlight all of these, and I'm going to go to my text aligned and set it to center, and I'm going to highlight all of these and do the same thing. All right, just so I can double check there. Okay, so all that's working. So what's left to do, of course, is the calculate. So let's go in and do the calculate. All right. All right. Now there's a lot of ways that this could be done, just so you know. And before I even do the calculate, let's put in, we were told in here to put in, up in the comment here, we were told at a minimum to create these. All right, now I'm going to get errors, but don't worry, I'll fix them in a minute. So declare and initialize program constants. Let's fix those. All right. So the maximum, that should be weight. The maximum weight somebody can have is 777 pounds. The minimum weight somebody can have is 1 pound. The maximum height somebody can have is 96 inches, and the minimum height is 12 inches. Now, I chose to put a few more constants in mind. You may have, you may not have. But when we look at this, all right, 18.5 is kind of a cutoff point here. If it's under 18.5, you're underweight. If it's equal to 18.5, you're optimal weight. So the min optimal BMI is 18.5. So I made that. I made that a constant. And it is I made it a double. And I called it min OPT for min optimal and set it equal to 18.5. Okay. Then the next one is 25. Because if you're under 25, you're optimal. If you're 25 or above, you're overweight. So the minimum for what I just showed you was the minimum for an optimal was 18.5. Then the minimum for an overweight is going to be 25.0. Finally, the minimum for somebody who's obese is 30. All right. So I made another one here that I called min obese. That I set equal to 30.0. Now, just want to take a second here and mention, just in case somebody says, well, why'd you even do that? Well, over time, there's at least a chance that these numbers that are associated here with optimal, overweight, obese, etc., they can change. So rather than hard coding those values in all over the place, I'm hard coding them in only once, and that's right here. All right, that's why I did it the way that I did it. All right, next, we were told to declare and initialize our, we're going to call them global, program variables. All right, and there were 4 of them. We've got total underweights, and I'm going to set that equal to 0. That's the total number of underweight people we have. Total optimal weights, we're going to set that equal to 0. That's the total number of optimal weight people we have. Total overweights equals 0. That's the total number of overweight people we have. And int total obese, which is the number of obese people we have. All right. So these are my constants. These are my global variables. All right, so now I'm going to come in here. Okay. And I tried to do this so I could, again, incorporate some of the stuff that was actually shown in the previous chapter. I was hoping that that would help people. I guess we'll see. All right. So this is going to be int height. This is going to be the inputted height, int weight. I'm going to have a double. It's going to be my BMI. And a string, which is going to be my BMI status. That one I am going to initialize to nothing. So this is going to be the person's height. What does that mean? That means I'm going to try to convert what's in here into an integer and put it into the variable height. And I'll do the same thing with weight. All right. And as far as these go, the BMI is going to be after I put the formula in here. That's what's going to go there. And based on your BMI, the status, which is going to say underweight, overweight, etc., that's going to go there. All right. Hopefully, it made at least a little bit of sense. Okay. So you've seen me do this before. And again, this is the way that I code. I'm not saying it's the only way to code. It's not. I'm not saying it's the best way to code, but it's the way that I code. So I'm going to come in here and again, do a bool call it keep going. And I'm going to set that equal to validate height. And I'm going to pass in height, and I'm going to pass it in as an out parameter. What that means is I'm going to be setting the height inside of this routine. Now I'm getting the error. I'm getting the error because I haven't written that routine yet. We'll write it in just a moment. All right. In fact, let's just do it right now, then that's fine. So private bool, it's got to be a bool because we're stuffing whatever gets returned into here. All right. And it's going to be this validate height. Now, you heard this before, that when we do this, this is called right here, that out height, that is called an actual parameter because it's got to be the same name. This is called a formal parameter. It doesn't have to be the same name. So I'm just going to call it H for height. All right. Now I'm looking at here. What do we have? Argument cannot convert from out int. This has got to have int in front of it. I don't know why it did that, but it did. There we go. All right. I'm getting an error right now in this one because I'm not returning anything yet. So if I were to just put at the bottom here, let's do what we have been doing, and that is we're going to create two variables at the top here, two booleans, a bool called result and another bool called retval that will set equal to true. So on the bottom, I come in here and just say return retval. Now all my errors should be gone. Okay. All right. And it says here the parameter H must be assigned a value. That's okay. We are going to assign it a value in just a second. All right, so this will be the result. The result of what? This will be the result. So result equal int 32.tryparse. We're going to take what's in txt height dot text, and we're going to put the result into H. You have to start understanding what this line of code means. This means I want to take whatever is in that text box that's called txt height. I want to attempt to convert it to a whole or integer number. If I can do it, CAN, if I can do it, result will be equal to true, and H will be to whatever number I put in there. If it doesn't work, if I left it blank or put in something non-numeric, result will be false, and H will hold whatever value it had in here to begin with. All right. So I come in here and say if not result. So if it failed, all right, so if it failed, what do we want to do? Well, you know what? I'm going to put in 1, 2, like 4 different message boxes in here. I want to say that again. I'm going to put in 4 different message boxes, but it's a lot. There's going to be a lot of duplicative typing in by doing that. So guess what? I'm going to come down to the bottom here and I'm going to write myself yet another new routine. So private void, and I'm just going to call it show message. And it will take a string, which will have a message, and another string, which will have a title. All right. And then what I'm going to do is just a message box dot show, and I want to show the message, and I want to show the title, and okay, this could be an error, this could be information, but what I want to put in here is message box buttons dot okay, and we'll just use information. All right, I'm going to put this on a new line so you can see everything. All right, so Well, every time I call show message, I have to provide it with a message and a title. They're both strings. All right. And then I'm going to get a message box, and each one will have an OK button and an information icon. Well, here's the first one that I want to use. So I'm going to call here show message. All right. And I'm going to say here, height must be between 12 and 96. Those are the parameters that we set. And then in here, I'm just going to say non-numeric height inputted. All right. And after I do that, what do I want to do? Well, I want to say txt height dot text equal, and I want to clear out whatever was in there. Could be empty, could be something non-numeric. Txt height dot focus, and I want to set my ret val equal to false. All right, now it should run right now, and I should now be able to check for either nothing in the height text box or a non-numeric value in the height text box. Let's see if that works. So there's nothing. Non-numeric must be between 12 and 96. Good. There. Do I do it again? Same message. Okay, so that all works. That's a good start. So in here, and a comment that says validate that inputted height is numeric. Okay, well, that's the first thing I wanted to do in there, but there's more that I have to do. Remember that I said the height had to be between 12 and 96. All right, so just because I got into here doesn't mean I'm off the hook yet. So now I'm going to say validate that the input height is within range. In other words, 12 to 96. All right, so I'm going to put an else here, and I'm going to say else if h, which is my height, is less than the min height, or h is greater than the max height. Okay, and if that's the case, what do I want to do? Pretty much the same thing here, but I want to give it a different message. All right, or a different title, not to say non-numeric height inputted. I'm going to now say out of range height inputted. Again, I'm going to clear it. Now, again, we've got duplicative code here and here, and there are ways I could cut this down more than I have. All right, but now you've already seen this, that if I leave this blank, it says non-numeric input there. If I put in something here, again, non-numeric. Now, if I put in something that's out of range, I get, ooh, it still says non-numeric height inputted. Well, we'll have to look at that. It's less than a minimum. Let's see. Let's run it again. You already saw those two. Let me put a height in here that's, I don't know, 97, because that's one more than our maximum. Out of range height. And we've got 12 as the minimum. Let's put in 11. Out of range height. So all that's now done. Okay. If we get down to here, we had a valid height, so we're just going to return ret val. Boom. All right. That's the first thing. So if keep going, all right, which again means valid height inputted. Then keep going equal validate weight. And we'll get an error because it isn't there yet. Out weight. All right. If it did not work, So else, we just want to return. There's no sense in going on. Now, the good news is validate weight is exactly like validate height, except I have to change all the H's in height to W's in weight. Okay? And you might say, man, isn't there a better way? We're going to start talking about that, believe it or not, in the next chapter. So this is validate weight. We'll make this a W. So validate that the weight was triparse txt weight, put it in W. Weight must be between 1 and 777, non-numeric weight, txt weight, validate that the inputted weight was within range. So again, it's between 1 and 777. Again, that's a W, and that's a W, and that's a W, and that's a 1, and that's a 777, and that's a W, and that's a W, and that's a W. If I put in something that's out of range, so let's put in 0, out of range weight, and let's put in 778, which is one more than our max. Okay, it's all working. So now when we put in something like this, okay, oh, out of range weight input, it must be between 1 and 777. Why didn't it take that? Oh, look at that. All right, we'll have to look at that. We're getting an out of range for our weight. So if this else up didn't change all of them, notice that W, okay? That's the problem that you can run into when you do copy and paste. All right, so what's left? All right, I mean, literally, what do we want to do? Well, we said this, we said keep going equal to validate height. If it worked, we called validate height. If it didn't work, we called return. So if keep going, well, then what can we do? Well, then we're going to want to basically do our other stuff. I'll put one more else in here, return. Okay, but now is where we want to do our stuff. What stuff? Well, we want to call other routines. I'm going to say BMI is equal to calculate BMI. All right, and since I defined height and weight inside of here, I've got to pass them into this routine. So height and weight. All right, I'm getting that error because we haven't written this yet. After we get done, we'll say txt BMI dot text is going to be equal to our BMI dot toString, and we'll do it to 2 decimal places. Finally, let's put some comments. Calculate BMI. Display BMI. And then this will be calculate BMI status, which will be the word underweight, the word optimal weight, or just optimal, etc. So I'm going to keep doing that. All right. So again, I'm just going to continue with this, and we are going to call BMI status will be equal to calculate BMI status, and it will need the BMI. And then finally, we'll display the BMI status. So txt BMI status dot text is going to be equal to just BMI status. All right, and then finally, we're going to call a routine that's called update text boxes. All right, so we're going to call update text boxes. Now, we have not written yet this. That's why we're getting an error. We have not yet written this, so that's why we're getting that error. We have not yet written this, so that's why we're getting those errors. So other than the first one, which we're going to write in a minute, let's take all of these and comment them out. We'll uncomment them in just a moment. All right, but we need this calculate BMI, and we need to pass in the height and the weight. So after I've got the routine validate height, after I've got the routine validate weight, I'm going to write another routine in here that's going to return a double that's called calculate BMI, and I'm going to pass in the height and the weight. When I do that, the system needs to know what kind of variables they are. They're both doubles. And I'll call height, and now I'll just call it H, and I'll make another double, and that'll be weight, and that'll be another double. Now, what's nice about this is a very small routine. Literally, it's one line long. Return. To make sure that I have a double in here, I'm going to cast a double. And this is a formula that the CDC, or Center for Disease Control, has set up for BMI, or some health thing did. So if that doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. It is the formula that, I guess I didn't put it in here, but if you look up the formula for BMI, it'll show that to you. Okay. What's nice is this is a very small routine. Why? Because all we wanted to do is calculate and return the BMI. This is calculating it, and then we're telling it to return it. Now you'll notice that that first thing that we had in there, calculate BMI, is no longer giving me any error because I've now written that routine. So next we have to write the routine. Well, this we can now comment out as well. Uncomment. Let's see if it works. If I put in here 72 and 111, 1505, it looks like that's correct. 72 and 199, I think that's correct. Let's try it with, I don't know, 166. That looks good. And 333. I think those all are working. We'll find out in just a minute. Now we have to get the word here. So this should give us the word obese. This should give us the word overweight. This should give us the word optimal. And this should give us the word underweight. So let's do that next. All right, so this is going to be calling BMI status. That's what we're going to do right now. We're getting an error because it hasn't been written, but I'm just going to copy that. And then right under the one I just wrote, this calculate BMI, I'm going to do a private. And this is going to be a string because it's going to return the word underweight, the word optimal, the word overweight, or the word obese. All right. So this is calculate that. All right. And I've got a thing here. I made a string that I just call the status and set it equal to nothing. All right. Now it's just a big if statement. So if BMI, if I have to let it know what kind of a variable BMI is, it's a double. There we go. So if BMI is less than the minimum optimal. All right, so again, you should know this by now. That means that the BMI is less than 18.5. So if that's the case, all right, then I want to do two things. I want to set the status equal to underweight. That's the first thing. And then next, I've got a counter that's called total unders. So I want to say plus plus total underweights, or whatever I call that, like that. All right. Otherwise, if the BMI is less than the min overweight, again, what does that mean? That means that the BMI is greater than or equal to 18.5 and it's less than 25. So if that's the case, I want to set the status equal to optimal. And pardon me. And I want to say plus plus total optimal weights. So I've now handled underweight people and optimal weight people. Else, if the BMI is less than the min obese, and what does that mean? That means that the BMI is greater than or equal to 25.0 and the BMI is less than 30.0. So if that's the case, this is equal to overweight. And I want to say plus plus total overweights. Finally, if I get down to here, the only thing that's left is obese. So in other words, that means in that case that the BMI is greater than or equal to 30. So if that's the case, I want to say the status is equal to obese. And I want to say plus plus total obese. I'm sorry, obese weights. I think it's just total obese. I don't think there's a weights in there. There we go. All right. There's only one more thing I have to do, and that is I have to return the status. Okay. Now we should be able to check the first three things that are in here. So if I come in these four and I put in 72 and 111, well, that's got a BMI. I guess I didn't list it in here, and I should have. Let me uncomment this. Okay. So 72 and 111. This should give me a number that's less than 18.5, so this should say underweight. And I guess I need to make that a little bigger, but you get the idea. All right. This should give me a number that's between 18.5 and 25, so this should say optimal weight. All right, or optimal, and it does. This should be overweight because it should be something that's between 25 and 30. So overweight. Finally, this should be obese. Okay. Everything works. Now, before I do that, I am going to make this a little bigger. All right, I mean, I can even do that if I want to, but it's a little bit too much. And let's do the same with these, just so they look somewhat symmetrical. Looks about right. And let me move everything over a little bit. There, that doesn't look too bad. And we'll lock it again. And we'll look. I want to run it one more time. It should have plenty of room now. So 72, whoops, 111. There's underweight. There's optimal. There's overweight. And there's obese. All right, it's looking pretty good. So the only thing to do is to update these 4 text boxes. And we've already created for that. I haven't written the code yet, but we've created a routine for that called update text boxes. All right. That doesn't have anything passed into it. And it doesn't return anything. So it's a private void. All right. Update text boxes. And all I'm doing is I'm updating the 4 text boxes. So txt total unders dot text is equal to txt, equal to total underweights dot toString. It works without doing the toString, but it's considered a cleaner way of doing things. Txt total optimal dot text, and that's equal to total optimal weights dot text, or weights dot toString. All right. Txt total overs equal total overweights toString. And then finally, txt total obese I must not have called it that, so let's double check. That's this, txt total obese, txt total obese. Okay, obese, there we go. All right, so that's equal to total obese dot toString. Okay, now that should all be working now. So let's double check, and after we do, okay, then we'll go back and look at everything one last time and then move on to the next one. All right. Now I've done this before, but I want to make sure everybody can see it. And that is, I want to validate that if I put in something here, okay, non-numeric height, if I leave it blank, I get non-numeric height. If I put in a value, remember this has to be between 12 and 96. So if I put in 11, that's out of range. If I put in 97, that's also 22 here. Now it's going to be checking my weight. So there's an empty weight. There's a non-numeric weight. There is a weight that's out of range on the low end, and there is a weight that's out of range on the high end. All right. If I put in now a value, this should give me a BMI, and it should say underweight, and I should have 1 added onto here. Notice if I just click calculate 3 more times, now I've got 4 underweights. If I come in here and change just the weight and I make it 170, now I've got an optimal. If I click it a couple more times, you can see what's going on. If I do this again and put in 199 and I click calculate, now it's overweight. If I click it again, I've now got 4, 3, and 2. Finally, if I put in, there is no obese, and that's been changed. All right, so all that works. The clear works. And the exit works. Let's take 5 minutes or so to just go over all of this. All right. It's a bit of code. It's more than 200 lines, 260 lines. you'd guess, but with that 260 lines, first of all, you'll notice that the first 50 lines are my using statements, all right, and my comments that I put in. That's almost the first 50 lines. Okay, so what do we have here? These were our program constants. 12 was the minimum allowable height. 96 was the maximum allowable height. 1 was the minimum allowable weight. 777 was the maximum allowable weight. The 12 and 96 are inches. The 1 and 777 are pounds. All right. 18.5 was the minimum number. So 18.5 was the smallest number there was for an optimal weight. So I call it min-opt. 25 was the minimum number for an overweight, minimum BMI for an overweight. So I called it min over. And 30 was the minimum BMI for an obese person. So I called it min obese. These four things right here, those are my accumulators, and they're in here. All right. They are accumulating the total number of underweight people we have, the total number of over or optimal weight people we have, the total number of overweight people we have, and the total number of obese people that we have. All right. Okay. Then this is what happens when we click the calculate button. We create a local variable called height. That's an integer because we're putting whole numbers in, and the same thing with weight. Then we're creating a double variable that's called BMI, and we're creating the BMI status. So these four variables right here, I'm just going to say here, I'm not initializing them all. The only one I initialize is BMI status. With the rest of them, I'm just going to declare the program variables. Now you'll notice this one's gray, okay? And it may be that we can remove this. I think I've said this before. Sometimes you need to put that in, sometimes you don't. All right, so now we've got all of our program, I'll put in here, local program variables. They're only known within this routine unless we pass them to another routine. All right, we are not setting a value for height. We are not setting a value for weight. You can see that. So I'm passing them to validate height and to validate weight as out parameters. And an out parameter means that they will be set inside of the validate height routine for the height and the validate weight routine for the weight. When I pass these parameters, I've got to give them their height, weight, weight. These are right here are called actual parameters. Those are their actual names. So when I go out and try to validate the height, what are we doing here? Well, you've seen this pattern because I've done this multiple times already. We've got a Boolean that I call result and a Boolean that I call retval. All right. There's nothing magical about those names. Result is just we're attempting to take what the user entered into the height text box, and if we are able to convert it into an integer, which is a whole number, we put the result in H, and result is true. If we can't do it, meaning that one of three things happened, either we left it blank, or we put in something non-numeric, or we put in a number, but we put a decimal place in that number. All right, or a decimal point. So if any of those happen, we call this show message routine, which is going to display a dialog box. The text on the dialog box will be height must be between 12 and 96. The title of the dialog box will be non-numeric height inputted. And since we know we've got we put bad data in there, we clean out what was in the text box and set the focus there so that we can put in a different number or hopefully a valid number. And since we know this was an error, we set our return value to false. Remember, if this if is true, we do this, we skip everything that's in here. If this is false, then we go in and we check this. This is a range check. This says if the height was less than 12 or the height was greater than 96, we display a different message. The message itself is the same, but the heading is different. Out of range height inputted, non-numeric height inputted. We could have just had a single message for both and given it a more generic term that just said bad data or whatever. All right. And again, we are cleaning out the text box, setting the focus, and setting ret val equal to false. Then either if we return ret val, let's say we put in there 72 like I did. Well, we're not going to hit this because we've got the result is true. And we're not going to hit this because 72 is not less than 0 and 72 is not greater than 96. So we're just going to return true. All right. If either of these cases are correct, then ret val will be set to false here or here and will return false. Then we come down and we're going to do the same thing, but with the weight. So if a valid height was inputted, now we attempt to validate the weight. And we do the exact same thing, but instead of checking the height stuff, we're checking the weight stuff. If it doesn't work, we're returning because we put in a bad weight. If we get to here, now a valid weight was inputted. So we can calculate the BMI. After we calculate the BMI, we can calculate the status. Or that's displaying the BMI. This will calculate the status, and this will display it. And then we update our text boxes. If this is true, we just return because we had a bad weight. All right. So we went over the validated height, and I said weight's the same, except rather than checking for the height stuff, we're checking for the weight stuff. Our calculate BMI is nice and small. That's just the formula for doing a BMI. All right. It's 703. Remember how this works. It's going to take the 703. All right. And actually, the first thing it's going to do is this, because we've got parentheses in parentheses. So it's going to take the height and square it. Then it's going to take 703 and multiply it by the weight. Then it's going to take that answer and divide it by height squared. And that why? Because that's the formula for BMI. So that returns it. Our status, like I said, is just a big if statement. So if the BMI is less than 18.5, we set the status to underweight, and we add 1 to our total underweights. Otherwise, if the BMI is less, it's greater than or equal to 18.5, but it's less than 25, we set the status to optimal, and we add 1 to our optimal weight accumulator. Otherwise, if the BMI is less than 30, we set the status to overweight, and we add 1 to the total overweights. Otherwise, the only thing that's left is obese. And we either set the status to underweight, optimal, overweight, or obese. And at the end of this routine, we return that status. Finally, we update the text boxes. I did not have to write a separate routine to do that. I could have basically done that just about anywhere. All right. But this is just the way that I did it. So that's the first one. So let's go on and take a look at the second one. And please remember that the second one that we're asked to do, all right, the second one that we are asked to do, and the third one are the same program. The only thing that's different is for the second one, we're asked to write it as a GUI. And for the third one, we're asked to write it as a console app. All right, so I'm now going to come in here next, and I'm going to create this. It's got 1, 2, 3 text boxes. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3 labels. 1, 2, 3 text boxes. 2 of those 3 are read-only, and now it has 4 buttons. All right, so we're going to do that right now. So I'm going to do one last file, save all on this, and now I'm going to close this and close this. All right, and I can close that and that and that. All right, so now I want to do my next pretest or pretest. So I'm going to do a file. I'm sorry, right mouse click on my solution, add new project. It will again be a Windows form. Again, I'm going to find that. There it is. And I'm going to call this one pretest 2-2. And we'll call this GGGUI, guessing game GUI. And the last one that we will create in a few minutes will be pretest 2-3 GG console, because we're going to make it as a console app. All right, so I'm going to click create, and there that is. All right, our last one that we just made, we just finished. That was purple, so I'm going to use a different color here. You don't have to, of course, do that. Let's make this one yellow. Okay, we'll have 4 buttons, if you remember. So I might as well put those in right away. That's not too bad as far as how they're spaced. And we're going to need 3 labels. There's the first one. Let's immediately change the color. And let's also change the auto size to false. We got that done now. Little, yeah, that doesn't look too bad. So we've got that, and now we need 3 text boxes. As always, I'm going to highlight these, change the font size, make it 24 as I've been doing. Bold and Arial because I like that font. Okay, there's everything. Again, that doesn't look fantastic, but it doesn't look bad either. So I am going to lock my interface into place. I am going to take these right here, and I'm going to set the text alignment on there to center. And I'm going to take the ones on here, and I'm going to set the text alignment to bottom or middle right. Okay, so there's my interface. All right, so let's look at what we're supposed to do here. Current guess, guess status, and ranking. So this then will become, whoops, I didn't want to do that. This will be LBL current guess. The text will be current guess. All right, and this will be TXT current guess. All right, and the second one will be, I think it was guess status. Yep. So this will be LBL guess status. Next will be guess status. All right, and this will be TXT guest status. And finally, this last one is called ranking. So I'll make this LBL ranking with the text ranking. And this will be TXT ranking. All right, those are all done. Let's do our buttons quickly. These are a little different because remember, they're called new game guess clear and exit. So this will be BTN new game. And the text will be new game. All right. This, I think I just called BTN guess. And it's got the text of guess. This is our typical clear button with the name of BTN clear. And the last one will be our exit button with the name of BTN exit. All right. Let's kind of get the preliminary stuff out of the way. So I'm just going to click on each one of these because I like to do them in, have them be in the right order. All right, when we clear, we want to do 4 things. Clear this, clear this, clear this, and put the focus here. So let's do that right away. I'll call clear all. Again, as always, you don't like my names, use your own. That's totally fine. And it's TXT current guest dot text equals double quote TXT guest status dot equal dot text equals double quote and TXT current guest dot focus. All right, so that's the first routine. Got that one done. Under our exit, we'll call that exit program or not. And I'm going to steal from the program we just did, which was the BMI. I'm going to steal that. Okay, and let's close that right away. All right, put that in here. There, we've got that. So we can now come in and check everything else. Now, these are going to be, whoops, got to change my active project. So we are now in this one. So right mouse click and set a startup project. Okay. Now, these both, I didn't make them yet, but these bottom 2 are both going to be read only. But for now, we can put stuff in all of them. Click clear, it clears and puts my cursor there. That's good. Exit no and exit yes, those work. So that's good. All right. And is there, what else do I want to do here? Well, the typical stuff. So I want to click here. I want to set let's rename the form. So I'm going to call it FRMGG for guessing game GUI. Yes, I want to change everything. All right. The text on the form. I don't want it to say form 1. According to this, I want it to say this. AWD1100 C# pretest number 2 guessing game app. So we now have that in there. All right. Our accept button will be set to BTN. We'll do guess. All right. And let's see, our cancel button will, as always, be set to BTN clear. We will center this by setting our start position to center screen. And let's first come in and take these two fields, these two, and let's make them read only. There they are. So I'm going to set my tab order to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just like that. So view tab order 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. View tab order. So that is set as well. All right, just let's take a quick look at it. So let me move over here to the code and then run it, see if it's centered on the screen and the like. Good. Okay, that's good. So what we have to do then is we have to put in, well, I'm looking in here and you'll notice there's my exit. There's my clear. Okay. I've got this button guess and my new game. So that's what I have to be concerned with in here. Okay. Now I put in here that you should make two constants. So I'm going to here declare and initialize my program constants. And those are const int min num. So the smallest number we're going to allow for a guess is 1, and const int max num equal, and that'll be 100. And I really didn't say that very well. This is every time we create a random number, it'll be between 1 and 100. So it'll be between min num and max num. All right. And so that's the first thing. Okay. And let's see. I decided to make most of my variables in here global. Why? I just did it that way. So declare and initialize global program variables. I have 3: random, rand equal new random, int number. Okay, that's going to actually end up being the random number, and int num guesses. Hopefully you can figure out what that is. It'll be the number of guesses. All right, so that's what I have in here so far. Now, whenever I click the new game button, I want to create a new game. Should make sense. So I called a routine that I haven't written yet that's called create new game. And I'm going to write that right below here. All right. And now it's a new game. There's not a whole heck of a lot I'm going to want to do right now. Okay. But I just want to let this sit. I want to create a new random number. So number equals rand.next, and it's got to be between min num and max num. All right, between 1 and 100. All right. And let's see. We haven't made any guesses yet. So let's set number of guesses equal to 0. Let's call that clear all. Let's make sure if there's any garbage in there, we clear it. So I'm just going to call clear all. All right. And then I'm going to make another one of those show messages like we did before. In fact, I'm just going to steal it from what I did in the last program. Well, I wanted it here, but that's okay. All right. So down here under exit program or not, I've got my new show message. Exact same thing I had before. All right. So I might as well come in and when I do my new game, do a show message that says the random number has been generated. All right, that'll be my message. And then the title will be the game is ready. Okay. So I can check that. It's not going to do much of anything yet, but if I do a file, save all, and I click this, and I click the new game, the game is ready, the random number. And I want to make sure also that when I start the program up, I do have a random number in there. I want to say that again. I want to make sure that when the program starts, I can start playing right away without even having to click new game. One way I can do that is I can come into here, and in my form load event, I can call create new game. Now that works, but it's a little funky. And what I mean is when I do my file save all and run this, I get the message, but it comes up even before it shows the form. All right. I don't mind that. If you do, you could put it in a different place, I guess. Okay, so that's my creating my new game. But now, so the new game's ready. That's all cool. So what else is left in here? Well, the guess. All right. So what we have to do is we've just clicked the button. We made a guess. We clicked the button. So we have to check the current guess. I'm getting an error because I haven't written yet. Check current guess. And that's in here. Now it's not doing anything yet, but we're going to put the code in now that'll make it do something. All right. So this should look pretty doggone familiar to you. Now this is an int32 dot triparse because that's a whole number we put in there. When we did it before, we were using decimal. That was the last program. Or actually, we used an int in there also, I believe. So this is the current guess dot text. All right. And if it works, we're going to put this into a variable. Well, we didn't make that variable yet, so let's make it. It'll be an int, and let's just call it the guess, because that's what it is. It's the guest. The guess, rather. Okay, this looks very familiar to what we did earlier. All right. Now, what I did here was I did just have one generic error message. All right. In other words, I just said the current guess was invalid, which meant that either you put in a guess that was non-numeric, or you left it blank, or you entered a number less than 1, or you entered a number greater than 100. Okay, which means that I got a kind of a complex condition here. So if not result, okay, or the guess is less than our minimum number, or our guess is greater than our maximum number. So if any of those happen, those are our error conditions. I called show message and I said invalid guess. And I even tried to let them know either the guess was non-numeric or it was, whoops, try that again here. It was non-numeric or it was less than 1 or it was greater than 100. So it was one of those. And then I just put in for my title, current guess was invalid. All right, so what do I want to do? Well, I want to clear out what's in there. So txt current guess dot text equal double quote, double quote. I want to set the focus there. and I want to get the heck out. All right. So that's going to handle any error that we put in. Whoops, that we put in there. We can check that. We can test what we've got so far. So if we do come in here and we leave it blank and we guess, current guess was invalid. If we put in something non-numeric, same thing. If we put in something less than 1, same thing. If we put in something greater than 100, same thing. That's good. Those are all our invalid cases. Okay, so if we get down to here, after the if, I'm not going to put an else. We've already returned. If I get down to here, the guess made was numeric and between 1 and 100. That's good. So what can I do? Well, I know I've got I just did a valid guess, so I'm going to add 1 to my number of guesses. All right, so I just incremented my number of guesses. All right, now check for guess too low. So if the guess I just made, the guess, if it was less than the number I generated, all right, I'm going to say txt guess status.text equal the guess dot toString was too low. All right. So for instance, if my number was 62 and I put a guess in there of 50, it's going to come back and say 62 was too low. All right. Else, and let's put another comment in here, and I'm going to check for guess too high. So else, if the guess is greater than the number, I'm just going to steal this because I want to just change the low to a high. So the guess was too high. And notice what I'm doing. You might say, well, why didn't you check to see if you got the right number first? When you first start playing the game, there literally is a 1% chance if you put a valid number in that you're going to guess it right away. Boom. Which means that there is a 49.5% chance the guess you put in will be too low, and a 49.5% chance the guess will be too high. So I'm just going to check those first. All right. But down here, if I get to an else, the guess was correct. So else, okay. And now I'm going to grab, I don't want to do it exactly like this, but I'm going to grab that anyway. Okay. So I want to say the guess was the number, something like that. I don't know. I'll just say was correct. Okay. And now that I know that that's correct, I have to check their ranking. We haven't run that yet, but remember what it said, and I didn't add my comment, so let me put my comment in here. Again, I just copied this comment over from the test itself. So this says I have to see my number of guesses. If they were 5 or less, I want to put expert into this text box. If they were 6 to 10, I want to put average into that text box. If it was more than 10, I want to put novice into that text box. All right. So I'm going to write another routine that's called set and display ranking. I get the error because again, it has not been written yet. So private, right? Void, set, and display ranking. Another if statement. All right. So I'm going to have a string in here that I call rank. And again, I'll set it equal to nothing. I probably don't have to, but I will anyway. And that's either going to say expert or average or novice. So if the number of guesses I made was less than or equal to 5, the rank is going to be equal to expert. Otherwise, so else, if the number of guesses was less than or equal to 10, then the rank is average. Otherwise, the rank was equal to novice. All right. Okay, and then finally, I'm just going to say txt ranking.text equal rank. Okay, now before I run this, and I am going to, so let me do a file save all. All right, but I wanted to say one thing. Eventually, in a later chapter, we can change this. We can put in there what's called a picture box, and we can put an image in there. So if we have 3 different images, one image for expert, one image for average, and one image for novice, we could put that in there as an example. All right, so I may have missed something, but let's see if I did or not. Okay, so let's try 50. 50 was too high. All right, 25. 25 was too high. 12. 12 was too high. 6. 6 was too low. 9. 9 was too high. So it's got to be 7 or 8. And so, you know, it's 8. All right, so 8 was correct. Average. Now, I could change this around. I could show the number of guesses someplace else. I didn't, but it wouldn't be hard to change that around. All right. So that is the second problem, the one that you were asked to do. Now, because I want to try to show you something here, I'm going to do a save all, and I'm going to go back to my code here, and I'm going to grab everything. All right, not the comment because I rewrote the comment, but I'm going to grab everything that I have in here. And I'm not going to be able to use all of it, but I'll be able to use a lot of it. I'm going to copy it to the clipboard, and I'm now going to close this and close this. Now I'm going to create my last program on the pretest. All right, so I'm going to right mouse click on here, do an add new project. This will be a console app.NET framework. So right there. And I'm going to call this one, since I called the last one, this will be pretest 2-3 GG console. All right. And then the first thing I'm going to do in here is to, in a comment, I'm going to copy back in all of that text that I just put in there from my code. Why? Because I can use a lot of it. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my using system, and I'm just going to put in here using static system.console. Again, that's a shortcut. And after that, I'm going to come out here where I put the comment, and I'm going to copy that in. So there's my comment. And I've copied everything from the old one, except I changed that comment right there, saying that it's now a console program. All right. Now, where it says here, be sure to rename the form, I can do that. There is no accept button. There is no cancel button. There is no tab order. So I don't need any of those. Just be sure to rename the form. So let's do that first. There is no form. We don't have to do that either. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, boom. Okay. That makes it even easier. So let's go, like I said, let's go in and let's write this one. I don't think this is going to take very long, but we'll see. All right. So the first thing I want to do is I do want to declare and initialize. I'm still going to use those constants. All right. They're going to go right up above main. They're right there. So I've still got my minimum number and my maximum number. Okay. I still want to use all of these things, my global variables. Now, I am going to have to change something on here. Okay. And that is, since I'm using these with main and main is static, I've got to put the word static in front of each one of these. Otherwise, they cannot correctly communicate with main. In addition, I'm going to have one more global variable. It's going to be a Boolean, and I'm going to call it game over. And I'm going to set it equal to false. I'm going to assume you want to play at least one game. Maybe that's a dumb assumption, but that's what I'm going to assume. All right. Now I'm going to come in here, and inside of main, what am I going to do? Well, first I'm going to call create new game. I'm going to get an error because that hasn't been written yet. And then I'm going to say, while the current game is not over, I want to make the guess. And again, I haven't written either one of those, so I'm going to write them right now. And the good news is, okay, we've got this. I got rid of that. I got rid of that. But inside of create the game that we had previously, we did all this stuff. And we can use all of it, except we can't do a show message anymore. Why? Because we don't have a message box, because this is a console app. As soon as we put that in, boom, now that error is gone that was there. And I'm going to paste this in. And all I want to do is I want to change this. And I'm going to make it a right line. I don't need to clear all. Get rid of that on these. All right. Now I can check this to see if it works by putting a read line right here. Remember, that'll stop the program. Okay. Now I'm going to get an error there. So let's just comment that line out. But let's see if we run this. If it calls create new game, it does this and it gives us a right line that says the number has been generated. Let's see if that part works. And of course, it is showing the wrong one because, as always, I've forgotten to change my startup project. So right mouse click, set as startup project, and run it. And there it is. The random number has been generated. Okay, so far, so good. The program is working. All right. Now, this make the guess, we have to write that. Okay. And I wrote this, I did this a little bit differently. I mean, whenever I go and write something, I never write it the same way twice. So under create new game, I'm going to call make the guess, or put make the guess. So static void make the guess. Now all those errors from above are gone. Okay. And this is actually not a long routine. So I'm going to put a right here, not a right line, but a right that says guess the random number between 1 and 100. All right. And I'm going to have a string in here where I'm going to actually put that. So guess STR. I'm not going to convert it into a number. Why? Because as of right now, I don't have to yet. All right. So that's just going to be equal to read line. All right. And then I'm going to call check current guess. And I have to pass in guess STR because I made it guess STR local right here. Now I'm getting an error because I don't have that, but let's go in. Let's grab that here. And I'm going to move it down to here and see if it's working so far. All right. So file, save all, we'll run it. Number has been generated, enter a guess, 50. It's still telling us to enter a guess because we're stuck inside of there right now. All right. Because we haven't written that check the guess routine. We're going to write that right now. All right. So let me uncomment, check current guess, and we'll write that right here. So static void check current guess. All right. And that's a string. I'm just going to call it G for guess. That's fine. Okay. Now it's going to be very similar to what we did below. So we've already done all this stuff. We want a bool called result. We can put a ret val. We can do all this. All right. So I'm going to have to change a little bit of this around, but I'm just going to grab everything else that I've gotten here. Okay. In fact, let's do a control X so we're getting rid of it. And in check current guess, now I'm going to put that in. Now it's going to give me errors. We don't have a text box in here anymore, but we'll fix all this in just a second. So what do we want to check in here? Well, we want to check G. That's our guess. And we're going to put it into the guess. All right. So instead of a show message, we'll again just put a write line in here. That'll say guess with all that other good stuff. All right. And there is nothing to clear or to set the focus. So we'll do the write line and we'll just return. All right. If we get down to here again, the guess was numeric. So now we can check if it's too low. We can put a write line in here. Says the guess was too low. Otherwise, if it was too high, we'll put a write line in here. It says the guess was too high. Otherwise, we'll put a write line in here that says that the guess was correct. So you see in here how I'm reusing a lot of code. All right. So let's see. I want to call set and display ranking, just like we did previously. So down here, I'll have a private void set and display ranking. Set and display ranking. Oh, that'll have to be static. It's like that. And that was static as well. Good. All right, now I can grab all of this stuff. Okay. And I'll have to change one line. Instead of this, I'll have to say write line. Something like your rank is, and rank. All right, we're almost finished, not quite, but we're almost finished here. We've got to do the equivalent of an exit program or not that we don't have in here right now. All right. Now there's two ways I can do that. I can do it right in here. In other words, I can ask in here, do you want to basically do this program again type of thing? All right. Or, so I can do it here, but let's say after we put in the rank, I'm trying this and I'm going to call a new routine that's called play another game. All right. Well, I'm getting that error because we don't have a routine called play another game. So let's write that routine. All right. So static void play another game. All right. And we'll put a write statement in here that says, do you want to play again? And then we'll put in here that they should put in a Y or they should put in an N like that. Now they might be too stupid to do that or just not watching, but we're going to say string again equal read line. And for the first time, we're going to take read line and do a 2 upper on it. We're going to do an uppercase. Okay. And now I'm going to say that if again, equal a Y, which is what they should have put in there, or again, equal yes, if they put the whole word in there. If they did that, they want to play the game again. All right, so I'm going to say game over equal false return. Okay. Now, if we get down to here, I'm not going to put it in else. I'm going to say game over equal true. Now, did we make it? We didn't. We could make a ret val in here. So I could come in and just say bool ret val equal true. Okay. And then come over here and say ret val equal false, and then just return ret val. And I could be wrong here. Oh, now it's going to have to be a Boolean. So bool. So play another game. So I'll put this in bool play again equal that. All right. Now, this may not work exactly the way I want it to work. Actually, what I want is I want up here, may have to make the guess. Okay. And once you make a correct guess, once your guess is correct, we display the ranking. Okay, I'm going to get where I've got this in here. I'm going to get rid of ret val. I want to be able to use game over. So game over equal false. All right, right there. And here I'm going to say game over equal true. All right, now that doesn't have to be a bool anymore. It can be a void. Not a voice, a void. Let's see if it works. And then we'll go back and take a look at it. Now I don't need that anymore either. This play another game. That's gone now. Oh, I do have to call that. So, right. Play another game. Okay. So file, save all. Let's run this. I will guess 50. Too high. 25. Too high. 12. Too high. 6, too high. 3 was correct. Notice what we've got. All right. Your rank is expert because I did it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guesses. Since my number of guesses was less than or equal to 5, all right, my rank was expert. Do I want to play again? Yes. All right. Now, it whizzed off the screen because I didn't put a read line in there. So let's do that. We've actually, this read line that's here, we want to put it up here. So we will first, let's put it clear. So we're always starting with a brand new thing up here. And when we get done after make the guess, there's my read line. So let's run it. Again, we will go over it in just a second. All right, so 50. 50 was too high, 25 was too low. I'm going to put in here a bunch of wrong guesses on purpose. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now I've got a bunch of wrong guesses in here. I want to be a novice this time. So So 47 was correct. I'm a novice. Do I want to play it again? Yes. Now notice, no, I don't know why it's doing that. It should be playing it, but it's while game over is false. Oh, we're not mistaken. Create new game again. We have to tell it to play another game. And we're not doing that right now. So when we're down on the bottom here, all right, let's see. Game over equal false. Don't know if that's the right place for it or not, but we're going to find out right now. So 50, 25, 12, 4. Oh, these are all too low. Okay, let's try that again then. 44, 40, 33, 30, 32, 31. There it is. I'm average. Why? I did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which was the border for that. Do I want to play again? Yes. Now the random number has been generated, but for some reason, it's stopping. I'll have to look at that, and I will do that right after class. But let's go through the program. All right. So we set up just like we did before, 2 random numbers. Okay. Or not 2 random numbers, I'm sorry, 2 constants. The minimum number I'm going to expect, the maximum number I'm going to expect. All right. And you know what I'm going to do before we do this? I know it worked, and I tried doing this on the fly with this play another game. So what I'm going to do is do it the way I. So instead of this play another game, I had all this stuff. Do you want to play again? That was all in here, in here, in here. If yes, game over equal false and create new game. And I didn't even do this. Let's just see if that fixes it. So if I want to be able to play multiple games if I want to. Okay, do I want to play again? Yes. There we go. Okay, it's not grabbing my clear right there, so I'll have to fix that, but that's no biggie. All right. In fact, all I have to do for that, all I should have to do is take that clear I put up near the top and move it here. All right. Whoa. No, I don't want it in there because now it's clearing a screen every time. Okay, so let me get rid of that clear. We can put the clear in right after we do that read line. That should work. All right. I want to play again. Yes. And it says the random number was generated. And as soon as I hit enter, boom. All right. So now we can play multiple games. So let's take a look at all the code that's in here. All right. I don't need that ret val anymore because I removed that. So, all right. Again, we've got two constants. We've also got 4 global variables. This is what we need in order to be able to create a random number. This will be the random number that we generate. This is the number of guesses that we made. And this will say whether or not we want to play again. All right. So in main really is a driver in here because it's just calling 2 different routines. It's calling create new game at the beginning. So we're starting with a new game. And then as long as we haven't guessed it, will allow us, it'll keep calling make the guess. Create new game is pretty nice and small because all it does is it generates a new random number of guesses to 0 and does a write line that says the random number was generated. We could put a couple blank lines in there like that. All right. Then we've got make the guess, which again is nice and small. Just says guess the random number between 1 and 100. We do that. We're just keeping it a string because we're going to convert it to a string when we check it. And in here, when we call check current guess. All right. Then in check current guess, this will be our attempt to convert that guess, G, into an integer. Again, as always, if it fails, or if we guessed a number less than 1, or we guessed a number greater than 100, it was an invalid guess. So we let the user know it was an invalid guess for one of these reasons, and we just return. If we get down to here, as it says, the guess made was numeric and was within range, so we add 1 to our number of guesses. This is what's going to determine the rank. All right. If the current guess was less than the number that we generated, the random number, we say like 37 was too low. If it was greater than the number, we say something like 37 was too high.